Salutation, darlings. Azor Wing here, returning to Honkai Star Rail. Last time, um, last time we absolutely reached for the stars by completing that one last quest line. We sealed, the Stellaron that was plaguing, Gerillo 5. I didn't actually want to teleport. I forget what they call it. Because they have their own name for their planet, you know? I mean, just because we call it Gerillo 5 doesn't mean that's its actual name. Anywho, I sort of glossed over the fact that, that I wouldn't be able to leave the train, technically that train, until after, like, the next quest had started. Like, we couldn't leave at all. And it went for... we were just there for quite a while. Anywho, this time, honestly, I don't know why. It's like, I play Genshin and I'm like there for like half an hour, and then I'm like, okay, we're done with the main quest. Let's move on. Meanwhile, over here in Star Rail, I'm like, okay, it's been 3 hours and we're mostly done. Also, we got this fancy weapon. I think team setup wise, preservation, yeah, no one else is preservation. So so I will always have our girl here. With everyone else, I'll periodically switch through them. Oh my goodness. I've started upgrading them to level 50. Also, because I'm apparently insane, I ended up with her card, and I was thinking I was gonna regret it, but no. I love it. I don't know, maybe this is from my old Pokemon card collecting days, but I don't know, I like collecting the light cones, aka cards, more than I do like weapons. So, oh, I have immediately put myself in between a rock and a hard place. Oh, also this, if I can get away. It starts out as this like crystal flower thing, and then when you get close, it just opens up. Of course, at the back of it, you can see more the crystal. I thought we'd start with just sort of looking at something that I had wanted to look at last time, but we were running, we were tap dancing on time.
Great. Lance ablaze. Lance forward. Great.
And this, for those of you who don't remember, because I honestly would be surprised if you didn't, this is our enemy from the very beginning. Like, also you can do a thing to bait them. So you taunt the enemies so that they're focusing on you, and then you're defending for 2 turns. Which, like, I'm still getting used to this. I mean, clearly the baiting is not 100%. our little healer girl is the one that was hit.
I'm on guard. Don't mess with me. What a headache. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I cut myself off.
Enemy
because of
targets
that.
detected.
God damn it, I am an
Enemy data
idiot.
secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Ready for another?
Lance at the ready. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
I don't. Does it? That's a question. I don't. Yeah, no. Maybe? That's a question. Does it have. How many phases does it have?
Don't mess with me. Who's next?
Enemy targets detected.
What a headache. I'm on guard. Nice teamwork.
You want our little healer girl?
Commencing support. Ready for another?
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Top one, take your prescription!
Nice teamwork.
Yes, teamwork makes the dream work.
Don't mess with me.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Thanks for the
What
support.
a headache.
I like how this is visually like cracking more. Like the hands are all cracked. Nice. Oh boy.
Enemy targets detected.
Okay, so yeah, it does have the two phases.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Give everyone a bit of defense.
Thanks for the support.
Don't mess with me. Who's next?
Ready for another? Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Need a doctor? Time to take your prescription!
Nice teamwork.
Nope, that broke. Oh yes, does 100 damage. You did good. This thing looks very angry.
I'll end your misery.
Oh boy.
Free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
That was
illusions of the past. Lance at the ready.
Thanks for the support.
I like how it bounces around. So it's like I'm not just healing one.
Ready for another?
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Aha! I just love that. It's always good to have a heal in reserve. Oh boy.
Commencing support.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Trying to think about how much damage the thing will do. I'm gonna say enough
Net markers activate. Time for good old counterattack.
that I'm like
Time
going to heal. I mean, she will bring her back even if she does go down, but... Alright, let's see how much damage it does. It does half. Not quite half, like even before the heal. The heal back.
Ready for another?
Mhm.
Thanks for the support.
It's like you always have
I'm on guard.
what you're hoping that they'll do. Impending doom!
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
This is just a magnificent attack.
Thanks for the support. Time to your prescription! Ready for another?
Don't mess with me.
Do I want to use that immediately?
Enemy data secure. Net markers
Immediately,
activate.
immediately,
Time for
yeah,
good
might as
old
well.
counterattack.
What a headache.
Hmm.
Lance at the ready. Don't mess with me. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Oh, that was beautiful. Really? Oh yes, thank you, Sealy. Beautiful loot drops. Really now? Echo of War. 20k or more. Nice. Prevent the Doomsday Beast from using Impending Doom. And then there's the Eternal Freeze, which is the main boss that we fought last time. Let me see if I can find some enemies because... bro. Excuse you, what? When you hear footsteps behind you and look and see no one. Are there any enemies There we go. Way down there. Like, even with the world up.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
I'm actually impressed.
We have the upper hand. Let me tend your wound.
Who's next? Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
Need a doctor? Finally!
Nice teamwork.
Who's next?
God damn it. Well, either way. My main girls, both have their ults. Pela's is almost ready. I like how this one has a bit of a red tinge. I don't know if the other one did or not. Anywho. Current team is 2 underpowered. That's what it said to the other one. Well, you'll never know if you don't try.
Great.
Right, we also have this guy.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lamps ablaze. Lamps forward.
Great.
The Stellaron changes everything.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counter. Ready for another? Let me tend your wound. Thanks for the support.
Time for the old world to collapse.
Missing support.
What a headache.
Oh, so close.
I won't make the same
I'll free
mistake
you
twice.
from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance at the ready.
Todd wanted your prescription! Thanks for the support.
I'm on guard.
Ready for another? Need a doctor? Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Wait, she was aiming at the other lance. God damn it.
Everything.
Enemy targets detected. Let me tend your wound.
Honestly, the team's doing wonderful damage.
Time for the old world to collapse.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Missing support. Ready for another?
Oh my gosh.
Not a scratch.
Need a doctor? Finally!
Nice teamwork.
Time to switch your prescription! Thanks for the support.
Who's next?
No. Freaking bastard.
Don't mess with me.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
What a headache.
Affected by taunt. Yo.
I'll free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Honestly, I just love how cinematic the vibe is.
We have the upper hand. Ready for another? Let me tend your wound. Finally! Thanks for the support.
So close to me so far.
The only redemption.
Don't mess with me.
Power translates into hope.
Oh, but
Time to show you.
God damn it.
Your prescription!
Nice teamwork.
See the doctor? Thanks.
Hey, Lando.
Engulf the past. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
What a headache. I'll free you. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Let me tend your wound. Finally!
Deceived me.
Plenty of stuff. Ah, yes. Mihoyo. Taking epic bosses and letting you feel that epicness of that first time you defeated them nearly as often as you want. I'm so sorry, Pela. It's not like, well, at the very least, it's not like they level up. Anywho, what we're actually here to do, that took 20 minutes. The fights do take quite a while. What is this all about? Oh. Oh. This is a ship? Sure. Okay. Why not? Hmm. Anywho, this is where we left it off last time. Floor 1, floor 2. Wait, we're on floor 2. There's also floor 1.
Mr. Yang, someone's hurt.
Up ahead. You're hurt, son. Try not to talk. March, use your six-phased ice to stop the bleeding. Go easy. We don't want to add frostbite to his list of complaints.
I'm on it.
This area saw fierce fighting only recently. Let's keep searching. There might be other survivors.
Up ahead. Please, leave me.
Oh! Oh, things look different. God damn it. I understand and I appreciate it, but at the same time I can't really appreciate it right now.
There are wounded everywhere.
The silver lining is that, based on what we can see, no civilians were caught up in the battle. I'm guessing the Cienjo must have evacuated the port immediately, leaving the soldiers to deal with the crisis. But as for these corroded monsters...
Downstairs area.
Up ahead. Please. Leave me. Up ahead.
Oh. I mean, he's moving.
Careful. We've never seen.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
Commencing support. Let me tend your wounds.
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Enemy targets detected.
God damn it. Girlie, you're so powerful.
Reach the end of the story.
Miss Tingyun, fall back!
They're Morris.
Hmm. Keep on going. Hmm.
Hey, you there? We need your help.
Hi. These enemies are fascinating.
Thanks for saving Beauty from the beast. Pleasure. But are you thanking us or giving yourself a compliment? We have the upper hand. Ready for another?
Lance at the ready.
Who's next?
You don't look so good.
It's interesting.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Okay.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
Miss Tingyun, the Mara struck have been repelled, but there could be other dangers nearby.
Hmm.
The situation is serious. Allow us to escort you back to the Skyfaring Commission. Immediately.
Calm down. I heard you. It'd be rude of me to depart without thanking our benefactors.
There's always that one Eastern style area, and it's always so pretty.
My name is Ting Yun. I'm the Ambassador for the Lawfu Skyfaring Commission Merchant Guild. May I venture to know the illustrious names of my heroes?
Illustrious names? Sure. I'm March 7th. This is Mr. Yang. Oh, Mr. Welt Yang. And this is...
I'm a Zorwing. I'm a galactic batter. I'm the galactic batter. My name's a secret. I'm a Zorwing.
I see. Well, thank you for coming to our aid. Although, there is one thing I don't understand. Starskiff Haven is under lockdown. Since none of you are Xianzhou residents, may I ask how you came to be here? If you can't offer an explanation, I'm afraid these Cloud Knights will have to escort you out.
We called for port transfer and got no response, but then someone opened the Jade Gate for us. When we arrived, there was no one to be found, so we started to make our own way through.
How can that be? My ship was the last one into port before the Jade Gate was shut. The Skyfaring Commission has already locked down Starskiff Haven entirely.
We're telling the truth. You can verify it yourself by checking the access history of the Jade Gate. We found it strange ourselves when the gate opened, but no one came to greet us.
You're with the Astral Express.
Heard of us?
Indeed I have. Oh, you've arrived at a bad time. The Xianzhou has suffered an incident. Whether you're here for leisure, treatment, or trade, I'm afraid you won't be able to go through with it. For your safety, you should hurry to Central Starskiff Haven and take refuge. I'll take you to Madame Yukong of the Skyfaring Commission and let her decide how to proceed.
Okay.
We caught wind of the incident you mentioned. That's why we're here, Miss Tingyun. To help the Xianzhou seal the Stellaron.
Your actions have already revealed your kind hearts to me. Sadly, I can't make you any promises. You're outsiders, and only Madame Yukong has the authority to consider your offer. Oh, don't worry. Madame Yukong is kind-hearted too. Come on now. I'll lead the way.
Ah, but kind-hearted is not the same as trusting. Oh. Ice is no rare material on its own. However, ice shards glowing in strange colors before you must with them from none other than a specific girl you know.
Looks good.
Don't mind that.
A little something for everyone.
Don't mess with me.
I find it hilarious. Sometimes they just die.
What a headache.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Ready for another? Thanks for the support.
Lance at the ready.
Don't mess with me. Who's next?
It's interesting because
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
I wonder if this little one's from this place. Oh, there's a...
Those monsters back there.
They were no monsters.
Oh, those were not to be confused with monsters, benefactors. We call them Mara Struck.
Oh. It's a puzzle. Plates on both sides. Okay, so turn. Okay, so basically you want them to match up.
Will of preservation.
Don't mess with me.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
So you are afraid of me.
We have the upper hand. Ready for another? Need a doctor? Hiya! upper hand. Let me tend your wounds. Thanks for the support.
So you are afraid of me.
Right.
So
I
you
just-
are afraid of me.
Commencing
I'll
support.
free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
You don't look so good.
Don't mess with me. Who's next?
Ready for another?
Nice team.
What a headache.
Oh my gosh. I like specifically was like, okay.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Let's see.
So you are afraid of me. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
We have the upper hand. Need a doctor? Finally!
Nice teamwork.
The more damage we take, or the more damage we prevent from our teammates, when they're a former sex mega will enhance basic attack. I wonder if it stacks. Talent. For max 86.
You bully! We have the upper hand. Ready for another? Let me tend your wounds.
I'll end your misery. Who's next? So you are afraid of me. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
I do find it very interesting.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
Need a doctor? Finally!
Who's next?
Ready for another? You don't look so good. Thanks for the support.
What a headache.
Commencing support.
Or not. How do I get more of these? God damn. Believe me, like, I will say it so far, and I'm using that very lightly, it's less grindy than Genshin. However, that's not much of a compliment because in Genshin you can grind for days and get nowhere.
Why have we stopped?
Don't worry, miss. I have a favor to ask. That's all.
Favor? Count me out. What if we do it wrong and you get your cloud cronies to throw us in jail?
Once harmed, twice shy.
I shouldn't have doubted you. Please accept my apologies. Our road ahead is barricaded. Do you see? The soldiers stationed here must have moved these into a roadblock.
Let's push them aside together.
I'd like to see us try. They're extremely heavy. Even with all of us, we wouldn't be able to move one.
Mhm.
Not that I'm doubting your skill, but I'd feel terrible if you hurt yourself in the process. If I'm not mistaken, the containers in the Trove of Verdure can be moved around using a control panel.
Yeah, okay.
You've already put on quite the show. Do you think you'll be able to find and operate the control panel? Should be simple, right?
Right. So I.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not built for hard labor.
She sure knows how to boss people around.
We just need to pass through here, take the barge to Starskiff Haven, and we'll be safe.
Okay. The worlds here, I will say, feel very big and lived in. Not a great chest. It's basic, but it's still something. And also, I totally see why you can't jump, because you jump and climb because you'd be able to just like outmaneuver so much of everything.
You know, you sound sweet enough, but you were talking about getting us escorted away by your Cloud Knights. If it weren't for Mr. Yang...
I do wish that they would just like continue
Lance
their
ablaze.
conversations,
Lance forward!
even when we get into a fight. Because it's like, well, what are we supposed to do?
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Ready for another?
Nice teamwork.
Not bad.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Assembly line to fill the gaps. What popped up? Oh, just something achieved. 300 times! Ah, yes. So many fights. Alright.
You mentioned the Stellaron.
You work for the Skyfaring Commission, so I assume you're aware of its destructive power.
Yes, I am. As an Amicassator, I've been to many planets and seen my fair share of Stellaron corrosion.
What is that? It seemed panic. It seemed panicked.
So you are afraid of me?
Enemy targets detected.
Need a doctor? A sharp scythe needs targets.
will say, like, I'm always so bittersweet about the whole once harmed, twice shy thing.
So you are afraid of me.
'Cause it's just like, ah yes, the one time that you were hurt.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
Nice.
What a headache.
The enemies here are very interesting.
Enemy targets detected. Thanks for the support.
I'm on guard. Don't mess with me. Who's next? I'll end your misery.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
Interesting. I'm so glad we're getting to know these enemies
needs target.
sooner rather than later.
Time well spent.
Dude is like, I'm gonna get into a fight with you.
Will of preservation.
How do you know if you're a real gamer? You find the way that you're supposed to go, and then you proceed to go the exact opposite way.
Enemy targets detected.
Hmm.
Let me tend your wounds.
Thanks.
People.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
A little something for everyone.
So you are afraid of me.
Ready for another? Need a doctor? Finally!
Nice teamwork.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
We have the upper hand.
Lance at the ready.
What a headache.
I mean, hey, if it works, it works.
I told you they were sick.
Oh my god, that was adorable. I still prefer not running around as chibis. Okay. Okay. So it's sort of like a very, 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 very... It's sort of like a Rubik's Cube for,
Time well spent.
like, toddlers. Okay, so that's a Healy thing. I know he was just sitting there minding his own business. But I'm nothing if not nosy.
Commencing support.
I'm on guard. So you are afraid of me.
Ayla's no pushover.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
I will say though, I very rarely play turn-based games like this. Not out of any particular reason, it's just not all the time that I have. I just don't normally seek them out. That breaks my brain. Because it's like, ah yes, from the right angle, you're just like, ah yes, chairs. But then you look, and it's like, no. No, that's a painting. It's like, I totally understand why, so they don't have to worry too much about assets, but still. Just wasn't expecting it. I should've... Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Get ready, and watch your backs.
Leave it to me. Great. Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack. Great.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance ablaze! Lance
Thinking about it. There's probably melee of using... What's her name? I have no idea what her name is. But of using,
Enemy
like...
targets detected. Let me tend your wounds.
Lance at the ready.
I'll end your misery.
Oh, wait, whoops.
Commencing support. Need a doctor?
I'm on guard.
Don't mess with me.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
I will say this is very lovely
I'll
too.
free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Not good. Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
What a headache.
Let me tend your wounds.
Lance at the ready.
You bully!
Oh, take the bait. So,
Who's next?
Enemy targets detected.
Don't mess with me.
I was gonna say if that worked.
Oh, finally. Look how many tail hairs I lost on the way. Oh, my beautiful tail. We had a difficult start, but things got easier. Look, that's the barge I was talking about.
Anyone got a license? Nice, I'm driving.
Just sit back and relax. All ambassadors know their way around a star skiff.
I was perfectly calm until she volunteered to help.
Please take your seats, everyone. We'll be off right away.
I wonder what these are all about. Because these are definitely about something. The freight skiff. Looks like these are my tips. wish we could zoom out more. Alright, let's move on. For a moment, I thought it blinked. I looked away for a second.
On behalf of the Skyfaring Commission, allow me to welcome you to Starskiff Haven.
On behalf of the Trailblazers, allow me to say we feel very welcome.
On the Xianzhou Luofu, anything relating to aviation, navigation, and trade falls within the scope of the Skyfaring Commission, which is one of the 6 commissions of the Luofu. As the biggest port on the ship, Starskiff Haven is governed by the Skyfaring Commission too.
Okay.
You definitely sound like a... what was it again? Oh, Ambassador.
Ambassador.
By which I mean nice speech.
That's too kind of you. My job involves ferrying business delegates to and from Starskiff Haven, so I do this kind of introduction all the time. Anyway, we're safe now. Normally, I'd be a good host and take you around, but these are difficult times. Let's head to the Palace of Astrum first and report your arrival to Madame Yukong.
Palace of Astrum?
Right there, the tallest building in the city. It's also the headquarters of the Skyfaring Commission. Let's hurry, we haven't got much time.
Can we talk about it first?
I don't mean to rush you, but if Madame Yukong holds me accountable for not getting you over soon enough, I wouldn't want to be around for the consequences.
Sounds scary. I thought you said she was kind-hearted.
We need to make a few preparations before paying a visit to any of the 6 commissions. Rest assured, Miss Tingyun, we won't go anywhere. If you could inform Madame Yukong of our arrival first, we'll meet you at the palace entrance later.
She seems so
Very
disappointed.
well.
She seems nice. But last time we met someone nice, we were immediately screwed over.
Little Miss Fox moves at quite the pace. I can't keep up with her. I've spent too long on the bench. Let's catch our breath for a while, huh? We can expect a packed schedule ahead.
No kidding. Onyx, don't you dare knock anything over. Okay. Yukong sounds like a tough lady.
It'll be all right. We're not trying to stand in her way. We have nothing to hide from her.
We didn't have anything to hide in Belobog either.
Young's a sly one.
That might be a little harsh, but she does put her own interests first. She did the right thing by not trusting us initially. We were an unknown quantity to her. As for the rush, my guess is she's just eager to get us out of her hair and further up the chain.
Fair enough.
Not so fast.
Let's look around the city. Aw.
I need to give you 2 a heads up first. Our meeting with Madame Yukong won't be without risk. We need to be prepared and take it seriously.
She is a top Xianzhou leader. Oh, Mr. Yang, do you think this could be Belobog all over again?
The new Madame Cosio. I guess they're gonna put us up in a hotel
No,
first.
the Xianzhou Alliance is better than that. But Madame Yukong will definitely have a string of difficult questions for us.
Probably to see if we'll contradict ourselves.
Why did we choose to come to the Xianzhou now? How did we know that the incident is related to a Stellaron? Who leaked their information to us? Careless answers mean distrust and potential hostility, which would make things much harder for us.
Alright.
Huh, crud. One of us is gonna blurt something out or get something wrong. I just know it.
Shouldn't we plan out what we want to say?
But we haven't done anything wrong.
March is right. If we're too scripted, it'll sound like we're hiding something. Don't worry. We'll find a way through. Let me...
I'd like to ask you something. What's it? What is it? This may be disrespectful, but I'm very curious. Is the Express really here just to help you solve the stellar problem? Yes, why? Is it really that hard to understand why the Express is here? Can't someone act simply out of the kindness of their heart? After all, people have others without thinking of compensation or risk-stirring dangerous should God's galleys damper than air in a vacuum. When the higher first heard of your reasons for coming, they thought you were here either to seek immortality or the Stellaron. Seek the Stellaron? Surrounds see why the Express want the Stellaron. But not everyone in the galaxy thinks this way. As a seed dispersed by an eon, some desire to obtain its power. Regardless of cost, apology may have crossed the line. I don't know why I said all this. I have absolute trust in your sincerity, benefactor. But powerful masters are bound to think more than a pawn like me, so please be careful. Alright. Really? I have one question and one question only. How the hell did she get my number? I'm not complaining, the lady's lovely, but... Why don't the guards have tails? And ears? Because clearly a lot of the people do. I'm very curious what this is all about. He's being sealed off with... how am I gonna make things meet? I do hate that you have to stop, even for a moment. If you make me kill my momentum, what little I have, I'm going to slowly. I'm going to slowly start hating you, game. Alright, so I want to make a right. Okay, so up the stairs and then make a right. Is what I would do if it wasn't blocked off. The game is like, ah, yes. I know we're a semi-open world, but you see. I'm sorry, what? Sure this place is on lockdown. I do low-key wish that it looked more like it was on lockdown. Like, having the sky just be, like, clear of people and clear of ships. Seriously, what are these all about?
Folks, if you're looking for for a place to wait out the storm, come to Petrichor Inn.
Oh, you're here already. Sorry to keep you waiting. Madame Yukong is expecting you.
Are you not coming?
I've brought the Madame Helmmaster up to speed. It's over to you now.
Yes, madam.
Report the losses to General Jing Yuan and find someone from the Divination Commission. I can't just stand there watching while we deal with this mess.
She's giving me some Ding Dong vibes.
Greetings, guests from the Astral Express. Ting Yun has informed me of the purpose of your visit. Receiving guests isn't normally one of my responsibilities, but since you know about the Stellaron and have stated that you want to help the Law Fu, I thought I should at least meet you in person and politely decline your proposal.
Okay. He looks over like
The Xianzhou Alliance knows what a Stellaron is, and is more than capable of handling it ourselves. We have been around for over 8,000 years, and weathered countless dangers and crises. While the situation is serious, we have more than enough resources to spare. Outsider help is not needed on this occasion. You are guests from afar. There is no reason for this matter to concern you. Am I making myself clear?
From what we've gathered, the influence of the Stellaron can still be contained. If we can locate it in time and contain it, it's possible that we can restore any space and any individuals affected by the corrosion. We have experience in preventing Stellaron disasters, and we've only come here to lend you that experience.
I've said this and I'll say it again. This is an internal affair of the Xianzhou Alliance, and there is no need for the Astral Express to get involved. I decided to arrange a meeting with you as a gesture of respect, but my decision is final.
But...
Never mind, Mr. Yang. If the Xianzhou Alliance say they can handle it, then we're wasting our breath. Let's go.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Huh? And what's that supposed to mean?
It's only been a few days since the presence of a Stellaron was detected on the Law Fu. Starskiff Haven has been under full lockdown. No one has been permitted to leave. How did you come to know of the incident? And what led you to conclude that it was linked to a Stellaron? I acquired the access history of Starskiff Haven. Not long ago, someone hacked into the system and opened the Jade Gate, before guiding you, the Astral Express, into our territory. The hacker was skillful and even taunted us with her seal. Her name is Silverwolf, a member of the Stellaron Hunters. What say you in your defense?
If you would I've got nothing.
You were forbidden from leaving the Skyfaring Commission until the aforementioned questions have been investigated.
Don't be too harsh, Yukong. If this gets out, the whole galaxy will think the Alliance has forgotten how to treat our guests.
General Jing Yuan.
It's very unlikely that the Express has joined forces with the Stellaron Hunters. They are mortal enemies, after all. Apologies for interrupting your meeting. My name is Jing Yuan. I'm the General of the Cloud Knights here on the Law Fu.
General, this is an internal affair for the Law Fu.
I fully agree with you, Helmmaster Yukong. This is indeed an internal affair. I am sorry, guests of the Astral Express. It is true that there is a Stellaron on the Law Fu, but I'm afraid I cannot accept your kind offer to help resolve the issue. This is a Xianzhou matter, and it is our responsibility to handle it. Of course, it would be inappropriate of me to let you return without something to show for it. While I cannot accept your help with regard to the Stellaron, I do have a favor to ask. Please, after you. The Astral Express. I must confess that the train's reputation precedes it, such that it is often close to my thoughts. How delightful to come face to face with its passengers.
Would that this occasion have come sooner?
It's an honor to meet you, General. May I ask what the favor you spoke of is?
A matter that requires capable people such as yourselves. We captured a member of the Stellaron Hunters a few days ago, who goes by the name of Blade. During our investigation, the Divination Commission, the department in charge of intelligence processing, intercepted a transmission sent out by his accomplice, Kafka, who has managed to hide aboard the ship. As for where that transmission was destined...
The Express?
I have some knowledge of your relationship with the Stellaron Hunters. The Divination Commission is convinced that you made an alliance with them. I say that's impossible. The crew of the Astral Express are honorable people whose valiant deeds are lauded across the universe. There must have been a misunderstanding. As such, I came to the conclusion that the communication must have been an attempt by the Stellaron Hunters to sow dissent between us.
Maybe the Stellaron Hunters have other motives.
We can handle the Stellaron, but it will take time and will require the bulk of the Cloud Knights on the ship. It is this Kafka that concerns me. The longer she stays on the ship, the bigger the threat she will pose. Since the Stellaron Hunters lured you to our ship, we shall move with the current. You are hereby authorized to do as you deem fit on the Lofu, with the goal of bringing Kafka out of the shadows and under our control.
Okay.
Doing so would clear the misunderstanding between us, reveal the true intentions of the Stellaron Hunters, and help us understand their connection to the Stellaron Burst. What say you, my astral guest?
What do you think?
Let's move the current and help out. Let's move with the current and help out.
If you are able to capture this Stellaron Hunter, the Xianzhou will be indebted to you. The Lofu never fails to reward that which is given.
Okay.
Wonderful. It's a deal then. I shall notify Yukong that all intel is to be shared with you, and that our best personnel are to aid you in your search. If there's anything the Skyfaring Commission or the Cloud Knights can do for you during your stay, don't hesitate to make it known.
Chat. Concluded Walt show you. Convert. Go ahead. You understand that this is the crew's own discussion time.
I've heard of you. The Alliance is very interested in the Astral Express. Blade is wanted by both the Corporation and the Alliance. I'm afraid I cannot comment on this file.
Kafka?
There are 5 known members of the Stellaron Hunters. Elio is their leader, but always stays behind the scenes. Most of the operations are led by Kafka. Had the Divination Commission not intercepted her encrypted transmission, she would have remained undetected for much longer.
Once we catch the Stellaron Hunter.
Bring her to us.
She's good at controlling the people around her.
Ordinary means may prove futile when it comes to this individual. But the Divination Commission has ways of... Don't misunderstand me. The Xianzhou does not engage in torture. Retrieving intel does not necessarily involve the use of violence. In any case, you can deliver her directly to us. Once we learn something, I will share every piece of information with you.
Alright.
If things go as planned, I would love to find the time to sit with all of you and hear about your experiences among the stars. My responsibilities to the Xianzhou have meant that I haven't had the chance to travel in many years. We had heard nothing of the Express for a long time. It is heartening to learn of its continued journey along that starward track. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye. I'm sorry, what? Hey, watch the door game. Most the game results fun when your opponent you gun. Secretary to exit.
What do you make of this, Jung Yuan?
I can already imagine my cousin's answer. He seems
I
trustworthy.
feel the same. He's much easier to talk to than that Yukong. Their attitudes are so different. Maybe that's why she's only a helm master and he's a general.
Only. I maintain what I said when I was like, she gives me a bit,
Lao 6 is overloaded.
a bit of Ningguang vibes.
Seeing as the General gave the order, the Skyfaring Commission will lend you our full support. The Stellaron Hunter investigation is in your hands now. I'll issue you a pass so you can access the facilities around Starskiff Haven. As for personnel, the skyports are currently all under maintenance, so we're thinly stretched. What I can do is send Tingyun as your guide. She'll take care of you during your stay.
But basically what I'm getting at is very official lady who's high up on the totem pole. In Ningguang's case, she was at the top of the totem pole, whereas in hers, it seems like she's just one of the higher rungs. They care deeply for their city, don't necessarily trust outsiders, but not in a rude way, more so just in a we don't know you sort of way. Sorry. It's a merchant guild. Maybe the merchant guild that Ting is in. That's right. The process that goes with the metal trade away. They see it. Species you know, you tend to lecture on like a teacher. Holy see seal. When we get to you by giving you this line size, if there's anyone I know, it just has to be instead of touching things. Hi, yes, just ask instead of touch. Proceeds to immediately pick up the paper. Oh, goodness.
I think we only scratched the surface of this General Jing Yuan.
No, do you think there's something strange about him?
I don't know about strange, but my gut tells me something is off. That's it. A minor detail, but curious. He avoided talking about Blade. Since the Cloud Knights have already captured a Stellaron hunter, why not use him to get to Kafka? Why rely on us?
Fair enough.
The Xianzhou is reluctant to involve outsiders in the Stellaron disaster, so why is it so keen on letting us capture a Stellaron hunter?
Maybe the Stellaron hunter that they have is dangerous. Good Blade have escaped?
Yes. The only sensible conclusion I can draw is that Blade had already escaped when Jing Yuan spoke to us, provided they even captured him in the first place.
Well, judging by the cutscene that we saw, we know he was captured at one point, so he escaped.
Therefore, given our connection to Kafka, we represent the only way of luring the Stellaron hunters in.
So, we are also bait.
That's why he asked for our help. He didn't want to let anyone else find out that Blade had already escaped. Now that we've figured that out, perhaps we can get closer to the core of what's happening here. This Jing Yuan, how much does he know, and how much is he hiding from us?
These are very pretty. Yeah, I was talking about the green plants. They're actually blue. Well, let's go. It's almost been an hour and a half. Been an hour.
Master Diviner, you heard our discussion. What do you make of it?
What do I make of it? The way of heaven is apparent, but the heart of humanity is often deceptive. Are you asking me to divine their true intentions?
That won't be necessary. The crew has nothing to do with the incident. Of that, I am almost certain. It isn't their intentions that trouble me. All I want is for them to lure out the one we're after.
Wasn't that my idea, General?
Indeed. Your counsel has always been a great help to me. You may use your discretion on the matters ahead of us.
Why don't you retire early and I use my discretion full time?
It is still too soon, unfortunately. If something goes wrong, you'll need a general to take the blame. How could I simply walk away and put you at such risk?
If you'd brought me that blade earlier, none of this would have been necessary.
Hmm.
Wait, what are you up to exactly? Xingyuan, did you let him escape on purpose?
Me? I had no idea he might escape. Unlike you, my gaze never travels beyond the horizon. I take full responsibility. The Cloud Knights failed in their duty.
I can understand. There's a lot to take care of on the Xinzhou. You are bound to miss something. Thank goodness I'm here. On that note, perhaps it's about time you finally nominate me as your successor when the Six Charioteers next convene.
Yes. I have to go now. I'll leave this in your overwhelmingly capable hands, Fu Shen. There are three things in the world that I can't seem to rid myself of. The troubles of the Xianzhou, the papers on my desk, and the weeds in my garden.
General, Diviner Fu wants the General's position for herself. Everyone knows that.
Boy, question mark?
She is very capable, but her intellect is burdened by a quick temper. I'll retire when she's achieved a better balance.
Mm-hmm.
This Stellaron thing is easy. Blade escaped. Now we gotta go get him. Just say the word, and I'll solve this in a flash.
Do I believe you could? Asterisk, no.
I can understand your impatience, and I know you want to prove yourself. Now is not the time. If you truly wish to become sword champion, you shouldn't be running around brandishing your sword at people, especially not a major criminal.
Yeah.
You think I'd lose to Blade?
I'm saying you need to have patience, Yanqing. Governing Xianzhou is different from a sword fight. The only way to build momentum is to work slowly. Besides, we still don't know who's really moving the chess pieces. There is something we must take care of before making our next move. As long as it remains unresolved, we're at a stalemate. That something is the Stellaron. How did it manage to bypass the Skyfaring Commission's inspections and the Divination Commission's predictions? Where is it now?
I say we bring those two Stellaron hunters before Diviner Fu. She'll get an answer out of them in no time.
I've asked our friends from the Express to take care of that for us. Worry not, you'll have your moment when the current stalemate is broken. You are my most trusted aide, and there are some things that I would only assign to you. Speaking of which, Yanqing... that boy. I suppose it is my fault. I should have given him an opportunity already. A sharp sword can't stay sheathed forever. My fear is that this might prove too big a setback. Bigger than his exuberance.
He doesn't want him to learn things the hard way. Oh. Seems like you'll take a bit longer to chat with Madame Iago. I'm gonna have a stroll outside. Once you're done, you can find me at the docks.
Madame Yukong has asked me to look after you.
She seems so disappointed.
Seems like we were destined to be in each other's company.
She sounds like she's really trying not to just be
The
angry.
Skyfaring Commission has reserved rooms for you at the Petrichor Inn. When you finish your business here, how about some tea together?
Oh boy. You seem reluctant.
No. Though I'd appreciate it if you mentioned to Madame Yukong that you got a warm reception from me when you next see her. Better to be busy than idle, I suppose.
Oh, she was hoping to have time off. Anywho, yes, as the other option suggested, another hotel. Yay.
Well, here we are. I feel sleepy already.
Ready for a nap? That's not like you, March.
Hey, that's not fair. My eyes are peeled this time. I'll make a run for it the second things go wrong. Jokes aside, did you see Madame Yukong frown at us? I thought her guards were about to jump out of nowhere and throw us in jail. I'd rather deal with monsters than these big shots. I mean, not that Madame Yukong doesn't have her merits.
Don't worry, my lips are sealed. But as her subordinate, I have to say that it's Madame Yukong's duty to keep her guard up. The Law Fu is facing a crisis, and as head of the Skyfaring Commission, she is responsible for the security of the Xianzhou's customs and borders. She's actually a very reasonable old girl in private.
Old? Are you thinking of this old girl?
They say that many years ago, Madame Yukong was an ace pilot in the Cloud Knights. She was a work hard, play harder type, known for her hot temper and incredible skill. Eventually, she became the head of the entire commission, which required her to learn patience and adopt a meticulous approach to her work. In any case, Madame Yukong instructed me to reserve the best rooms at the inn and have all your expenses covered. She wants to extend the full courtesy of the Xianzhou so that all of you enjoy your stay to the fullest. She specifically mentioned that if you wish to buy anything at the inn, be it food or otherwise, just let the innkeeper know. The commission will cover the cost.
The commission will cover that. Thank her for us.
Why don't you go back yourself? Seeing as our hosts are so thoughtful, I guess we should help ourselves. Right, Mr. Yang?
We should focus on our objective first. Seeing as Helmmaster Yukong was extremely reluctant to get us involved, am I right to speculate that the Skyfaring Commission has some leads on the whereabouts of Kafka?
Exactly right. The suspect is extremely cunning. She encrypted her transmission and timed her communication. We couldn't pinpoint her exact location. But as cunning as she is, the Divination Commission has managed to find something.
Oh?
Here are the coordinates. It's up to you how to proceed. Our destinations may differ, but the orbits of the stars will eventually converge. See you later.
coordinates converge.
Don't let her words distract you. That's the sound of a device.
Which means what exactly? This is a starship. There are all kinds of devices making weird noises.
Miss March, to the untrained ear, these noises may sound the same, but for the craftsmen of the Artisanship Commission, every machine has a different pitch and melody.
So
The General sent for craftsmen, and they concluded that the sound came from the shipyard facilities in Stargazer Navalia. Now, get some rest and prepare yourselves for the operation ahead. I look forward to seeing you in action. How can I help? Oh, let's hear it.
Was it raining there?
How perceptive. Our wind, clouds, rain, and fog are all artificial. The Realm Keeping Commission's weather pavilion manages the environmental conditions here.
Wow.
If Kafka was holding an umbrella, that means she was in an area with artificial rainfall during the transmission. Still, that doesn't help us much. The ship is huge, with changing conditions across various delves. I'm sure there were showers across many of them at the time.
Any chance she's still at the Stargazer?
Impossible to say. It used to be that the Divination Commission could track the access history of all the delves. But with the arrival of the Stellaron, things have become messy. Some delves even had their entrance marked as the exit. If I were one of the Stellaron hunters, I'd be very happy to capitalize on all the chaos. It'd be harder to escape, but easier to blend in.
Okay.
How can I help?
Any chance? Oh.
Let's take advantage of the rest. It won't be easy to track down Kafka the Stellaron Hunter.
Oh, let's let the Express know how we're doing. More importantly, let's see how Don Hung's doing. Ask him what he's...
Oh, what he's up to until right now. That's fun. Text in. Are you guys doing alright? Listen to this. Yeah. For anything related to database, come find me. Uh-oh. Not long ago, meaning something has happened.
You've been standing here for half an hour. It's rare to see you like this. Are you worried about those two? Welt is with them. They should be fine.
Himiko, did you keep a copy of the Stellaron Hunter's transmission? Can I have a look?
Sure.
Not to mention, 45 system hours ago, a Stellaron burst occurred on the Lawfu. An unexpected calamity, don't you think?
What exactly are you Stellaron hunters trying to do? The Cienjo Alliance aren't us. They won't give you time to explain. Once you draw the attention of the hunt, you become their prey. The Alliance will hunt you to the end of the universe.
Stop speaking in riddles, Kafka. Say what you have to say.
It's simple. That Stellaron has nothing to do with us, but the Cienjo is convinced that we're responsible.
Stop!
Do you know him?
The Xianzhou is in danger. This man, if he's on the ship, then Welt, March, and her. Everyone is in grave danger. But...
Is he connected to that past you want to escape?
I can't leave them down there. It's just... I'm afraid my burden has finally caught up with me. And that everyone is about to be drawn in.
Is there anyone who doesn't carry around a past burden? She may not remember it, but even a girl as carefree as March has hers. we tread on a path that is hidden from us. The things we see and the trails we blaze all become our baggage. They weigh us down, but they also give us strength to continue the journey. Try not to dwell on it, Dan Heng. The Express spends 7 standard days at each stop. Its passengers are allowed to do as they deem fit during that time. Pom Pom and I are more than capable of looking after the Express. If there's something you've got to do it now. Better than regretting it further down the line. And you'll come back and travel with us once this is all over, right?
You promised. March, where are you? I'll go find your message.
Can't send the message out. The network is down. But some functions still work? Virtually nothing has changed since I left. Apart from darkness, this place is all that I remember of the Law Fu.
This will strengthen our position. Too late to repent.
I've no interest in fighting is meaningless.
I'm gonna try not to take damage if I can help it. Nope,
Virtually nothing has changed since I left. Apart from darkness, this place is all that I remember of the Law Fu. Shattered Cloud Knight armor. A conflict with the Cloud Knights? Not likely. Mr. Yang wouldn't let that happen.
I'm not even sure if we're in the same area.
Stay where you are. I can handle this. Emergencies should be dealt with by professionals.
I've no interest in conflict.
Take this! Rise, Phoenix!
I'm sorry, what the hell did you just do?
The truth of life and death.
This sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Let me through! Want to see what I can do? Stop this!
Chicken girl.
You're hurt.
It's okay. Phew. This one's strong, all right. You're not going anywhere. A miracle. Enter. A little too much.
With you two risking your lives for me, could I really stay where I am?
Move carefully.
The truth of life and death.
This sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
Take this! Rise, Phoenix! Let me through! You're not going anywhere!
The dead returned!
Oh, he just does whatever the heck
Too
he
late
wants.
to repent. divinity. Don't worry about me.
Repay!
The truth of life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision. Break!
I'll...
Nice.
Are you two okay?
We have seen so many future playable characters.
Good. I'm Sushang of the Cloud Knights. I was just transferred here from the Yaoqing. I did tell you to let me handle it. I don't have eyes in the back of my head. What if I accidentally hit you?
Forgive me, miss, but you were too busy being hit yourself. It's a good thing I joined the fray.
I was protecting you more like. It's a Cloud Knight's job to protect others. And this area is under martial law. I'm escorting all civilians to safety. Follow me. That was some impressive Cloud Knight spearmanship. Which unit are you from?
Not a Cloud Knight.
Huh. Okay. You're a civilian then. Come with me.
Miss Sushang, what exactly has transpired here? In all my trade visits, I've never seen Starskiff Haven in such a state.
I can't comment on that. I was just ordered to rescue the civilians. Actually, I have no idea either.
She's adorable.
Anyway, you two just need to come with me. Hey, you're pretty quiet. What's your name? I've got forms to fill out. Can't put your name down as blank.
My name is Dan Hung. I'm a traveler. I'm on my way to meet up with my friends. I appreciate the help, but I can leave the port on my own.
No can do, mister. It's way too late. You won't find anyone at Starskiff Haven. If your friends made it out, then they'll already be in the safe zone. No need to worry. You'll see them when we get there.
Aren't you going to take my name too, miss?
You already said it when we were busy fighting. Something. Locha! Is that right? I remember it. Let's go. Stay close, you two. Cloud Knight Sushang will guarantee your safety.
And isn't she just precious? I love her.
Oh, one more thing. I need you to write your names down later. I don't know too many characters. I might make a mistake.
Message not sent? Why not?
Maybe they demolished the base station.
Long-range communication technology is still improving. Perhaps the presence of the Stellaron is affecting signal transmission.
Doesn't seem like it. Everything else is working fine. See?
In that case, it looks like someone wants to make things difficult for us. Since Kafka's here, I wouldn't be surprised if this turns out to be that Stellaron Hunter hacker girl's handiwork.
When it first opened, the Petrichor Inn had another name.
Oh, you've arrived. I like your sense of humor, benefactors. Of course I'm happy to see you. When things settle down, I might even get promoted for catching a Stellaron hunter. Stargazer Navalia is governed by the Artisanship Commission. It took me a while, just like at Cloudford. Stargazer Navalia's Meridian Pin has malfunctioned. The checkpoint there is abandoned, and the garrison is scrambling to locate the Stellaron. With monsters wreaking havoc and the night scattered, Stargazer Navalia has become a perfect place for the suspect to hide out.
So we've got a bunch of monsters to deal with, an IPC Most Wanted Stellaron hunter to catch, and we have to do all that on our own without reinforcements? Well, fair enough. This isn't our first rodeo.
It's just what we do. You've got a Stellaron hunter before?
I was just making small talk. Never mind the details.
I wouldn't say you're entirely on your own. When you're ready, let's get going.
Hound chases a fox.
Shall we, my benefactors?
Let's go.
Now what's a hunt without a hound? Kafka is still at large, and the Skyfaring Commission wants this problem to go away. I made a few calls and managed to procure this from the Artisanship Commission. Perfect for hunting down suspects.
Oh my gosh, it's adorable. I love it.
Aw, he's so cute. I mean, what can he do exactly? Are we gonna set him loose on Kafka?
Yes and no. This is D-Ting, a bionic dog developed by the Artisanship Commission. He has all the five senses of the Foxian race and takes them to another level. Be it tracks or scent, as long as he uncovers a trace, he'll follow it all the way to the end. All we need to do is look for any trace left by Kafka. It doesn't matter how good she is at hiding, D-Ting will find her. But before we get started, let's play with his settings a bit and get him ready. To begin with, let's set him to scent detection mode. Tell D-Ting to follow the scent of my perfume and see what he can do.
Oh my god. It's adorable. Just look at this little idiot.
We need to follow these sparkly traces to find Miss Ting-Yun, right? She's not in a hurry, that's for sure. Playing hide and seek with us while Kafka's still at large?
Will of preservation. From inside the pilot house came the gem.
The traces. Where did they go? Is D-Ting malfunctioning? Got it. He says the wind is too strong here at the port, so it's not easy to follow the scent.
It's a lot of words from Embark, don't you think?
That's just the psychic bond between cute girls and cute puppies.
Using the environment to hide the traces. Our girl from the Skyfaring Commission sure knows how to put up a challenge. Let's look around and see if we can find any other clues.
Or we could ask around? Look how busy this place is. Someone must have seen Miss Ting-Yun. That's not cheating, right? We're just collecting intel.
Did I just get scammed?
Apologies. You've come at a bad time. A Foxian girl? Well, our bracelets and pendants are extremely popular among Foxian customers, and I'm sure this pretty young lady won't want to miss out on our Verdant Luna selection.
Hey, remember what we're here for? We were just wondering if...
I knew it. Nobody has time for jewelry in these trying times. I did just see Miss Ting-Yun walk by. She's a big patron of ours. May I ask why you're looking for her? Surely she... I should have guessed from your attire. You look like you're from another world. Miss Ting-Yun sometimes takes intergalactic business delegates on tours around Starskip Haven. In fact, I just saw her walk by. She was heading down the street.
You find any card bird. Birds rings being reported for a long time. That's the time police left for you, or maybe there are more of them.
Storytelling is such an outdated art form.
There are people who like it. Who cares what you think?
Ah, new patrons, I see. Sadly, there have been fewer and fewer bookings since...
Any chance you've seen this lady?
Ah, so it's Miss Ting-Yun you're looking for. She ordered a cup of Immortal's Delight and went on her way. I saw her checking out the food stalls over there. That might be a good place to start.
Oh, here we are sweating over our training while she's busy sampling dim sum.
Curious timing for a visit.
Have you seen?
Well, I remember. Do come back when the cloud.
I want to wait until it disappears. See if I can select it. If you can't, you can only investigate if it's a good tool. That is not a teenager under any.
Miss Ting Yun must have left us these clues, right?
Deeding should be able to pick up her traces now.
If you're a fast runner or someone powerful enough to fend off all the Cloud Knights of the line single-handedly, you are free to have all the buns in the steamer without paying for them.
Can I have this one? No, actually, wait, I needed one of those.
I can't even go downstairs.
You found me! Deeting's quite handy when it comes to tracking, isn't he? If you pick up traces of Kafka in Stargazer Navalia, just switch him on. Don't let her escape.
Okay, onward we go.
Who'd have thought that Stargazer Navalia might become so quiet? Long were the nights when the clangor of hammers rose to meet the stars. People used to write poems about the shipwrights here. The Law Fu relies on the star skiffs produced here to transport people and goods. Now that work in the shipyard has stopped, our internal transport and outbound flights might also grind to a halt. Of course. The silver lining is, I don't have to go on as many trips anymore.
You don't seem to worry too much about the Xianzhou, Miss Ting Yun.
I wouldn't say that. A good businesswoman doesn't wear her heart on her sleeve. Besides, the Alliance has weathered plenty of challenges. We can handle this situation. Just to warn you, if we do run into Kafka, you'll have to do the fighting benefactors. I'd love to help, but there's very little I can do except cheer you on from the sidelines.
You want to leave all the fun to us?
Not a lot of people out there could have fought the Mara struck like you did. I'm only a civil servant. I can't imagine what Kafka would do to me if I were caught in the fray. We Foxians don't live as long as the Xianzhou locals, but I still want to enjoy the 100-odd years I've got left. You'd do the same in my shoes, wouldn't you? Besides, the Madam Helmmaster simply asked me to assist you in navigating around Starskiff Haven. It's no different to any other diplomatic mission or delegate reception. I was never much of a fighter, and I'm not one for risking my life either. Getting Deeting into your hands is already beyond the realm of my job description.
I'll definitely be putting in a few words next time we meet Yukong.
Understood. We won't put you out of your comfort zone, Miss Ting Yun. When we run into Kafka, we'll do the fighting. And the capturing, for that matter. Thank you for showing us the way.
Before D-Ting can start tracking, you'll have to feed him some leads. If Kafka is hiding in Stargazer Navalia, she'll have left behind traces. Let's spread out and look for them. Leave no stone unturned.
Again, I do wish things like this would go quicker.
Shards of a Cloud Knight's weapon. Something really
It must have been Kafka. She's got a scary sword.
Weapon shards. Like, it didn't even occur to me to check up here, but...
Immortal's Delight?
Immortal's Delight. This isn't a clue. It's just a brand of tea I like. 2 cups a day keeps the tiredness at bay.
I could do with a cup once we're done here.
Milk tea twins.
I actually think they get along quite well.
Who's next? Enemy targets detected.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Look, D-Ting found a strange chest. And there's a handprint on it.
Let me see. Slender fingers, but strong. This hand belongs to a killer.
There's a note here, too. Take your fancy, there's a reward inside. Oh, why do I get the feeling we're not the ones doing the hunting?
It seems like Kafka predicted our every move. Stay alert, all of you. We could be walking into a trap.
Is this anything to do with Kafka?
That's a shipwright soldering gun. I think one of the workers here must have left it behind. What's this? It looks like clay.
Mr. Yang, any idea?
I think it might be shipbuilding material left over from the assembly line, though I can't tell exactly what the substance is. I don't think it's connected to Kafka.
I know. Let's go and have a look.
Electricity is weak to fire!
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Careful, litter.
Don't mess with me.
Need a doctor? Stay off!
Thanks for the support.
Lance of the ready.
Let me tend your wounds. Finally!
Nice teamwork.
And done and dusted. Bam, bam, bam.
Reach the end.
D-Ting smells something. What's this?
A jade seal used by the shipwrights. It opens various passages. It looks like someone used it and then destroyed it. Possibly Kafka?
Will of preservation.
God damn it.
Ah, I know what this is. It's an advertisement for a home use object finder.
There are IPC advertisements everywhere. Where are you going? Our priority now is...
I know. Is that a grenade? What's that on the side? It's lipstick. A small something for the lost. She's clearly taunting us.
We should have enough clues here to get Deeding on the move.
No time to lose. Let's give him the scent and let him lead the way.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Beautiful.
What a headache.
We should have enough clues here to get Deeding on the move.
No time to lose. Let's give him the scent and let him lead the way.
Great.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Great. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Commencing support. Net markers activate. Time for a good old counterattack.
Gosh.
Let me tend your wounds.
I'm on guard.
Don't mess with me.
Enemy targets detected. Thanks for the support.
Not the one I meant to
What a
attack.
headache. I'll end your misery.
Wait.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activate. Time for a good old counterattack. I won't make the same mistake twice. Time wasted your prescription! Thanks for the support.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
Don't mess with me. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Need a doctor?
Nice teamwork.
What a headache.
Enemy target.
Lance at the ready.
Like you.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of
Really
butterflies.
hoping, but not quite.
Illusions of the past.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activate. Time for a good old counterattack.
Nice.
Don't
Lance
mess with me.
ablaze. Lance forward.
I always like fighting the more difficult enemies.
Time to wasted your prescription!
You know, I wonder why time goes by, and yet
So you are afraid of me?
the more I...
I'm on guard.
Oh, I should.
What a headache. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the
Pity that this
past.
big Bernard dude's not weak to
We should
void.
have enough clues here to get Deeding on the move.
No time to lose. Let's give him the scent and let him lead the way.
Oh, I can finally search for these. And these. So many things. I know that I need one of these. I have none. 10 hours. Go to the assignment, complete the mission. Level up any relic. Obtain victory in combat. Support character. I don't know who or what counts as a support character.
I think we've rounded up all our suspicious clues. But did Kafka leave them behind on accident? Or on purpose?
She sure did put a lot of work into this gag, and I think we're the punchline. Making us run around like jerks? I bet she's loving this. I can almost hear her whispering, "Come and get me."
That would be suitably Kafka. Sure.
Don't forget, she's on the IPC's most wanted list. A fugitive that nobody can seem to pin down. And now we've become her prey while she stalks us in the shadows. Let's go, benefactors. Time is of the essence. We must be close.
I'm sorry. Why did you stay? Bye. The explosive fish.
Need a doctor?
It's time.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
Not what I meant to do, but that works too.
I told you they were sick. Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
So you are afraid of me. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Nice.
Thanks for the support.
Lance at the ready.
Who's next?
I was gonna say, such a pity. I was hoping it.
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another?
Thanks.
Oh. Okay.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
we go. I was like, I can think this through. You can see the little puppy. He was just sitting there.
Looks good.
Okay. Sounds better to be prepared for the unexpected. I have no idea. Oh yes, follow the path. Follow the one path that you can actually go down. Weakness, lightning.
So you are afraid of me.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Don't mess with me.
Commencing support.
What a headache. Who's next?
Alright. Another one bites the dust.
I told you they were sick.
Just the one? But the extremely discounted Rubik's Cube. I know.
Not bad.
Of course it's not bad at all. Really, the most difficult thing
Time
is
well
just
spent.
figuring out which way is which way. Got a message. Oh my gosh. In the prison means secret society we are called the Hex Club. Have you heard of the Hex Science? I posed the question to countless people as they asked me to learn about it. We were saved by moved by becoming inspired by it. Grows and yada yada. It goes spread interesting Hex Club. Where did you get the contact info? Where did you get my contact info from? That's not important. What important is that we found you. We've noticed that you have engaged with our Hex Club. Oh! Multiple times I've taken treasure from the chest. Is that so? Ooh, I didn't think anyone wanted it. The devices are left on the side of the road. That's the link. Please forgive me. No use trying to wiggle out of this now. You know we can always report you to the realm keeping commission. However it is, Hex Club organization. I promise you so long as you continue to play. It's not signed. Well, report also. If you complete all of the puzzle, we present with a lifetime banner supply. Is the chest still up for grabs? Of course. That's part of the publicity budget. But here's a warning. If you want out, you'll have to reimburse in double. For as long as you continue self-express, it will be a sister from another mother. Sister from another mister, thank you very much. So nice forever. Keep playing with this. I think I accidentally got recruited to a cult.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery.
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another? Need a doctor? Finally!
Lance at the ready.
A sharp scythe needs targets. did it go?
Ah, when the trace of the hunted disappears, the hunter better think twice. It might mean the tables have turned.
Kafka. These Cloud Knights aren't Mara struck. What did you do to them?
Just a little persuasion to get them to listen to me. But you know all about that already, don't you? What a hassle. This place is too far for the diviner. See you up ahead.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery. Commencing support. I'll end your misery. Enemy targets detected. Ready for another? What a headache. Who's next?
Bro.
Quick! Don't let her escape!
March, not so fast!
Don't mess with me. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Commencing support. Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack. Let me tend your wounds. Finally! Thanks for the support.
I'm on guard.
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Oh, they get all of them instead of just the one next to it.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Enemy targets detected. Thanks for the support. Who's next? I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Who's next? I'll end your misery. We have the upper hand. Ready for another? Need a doctor? Finally!
Nice teamwork.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Don't mess with me. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack. So you are afraid of me. Whoops. Commencing support. Let me tend your wounds. Thanks.
Lance at the ready. Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
What a headache. I'll end your misery. Enemy targets detected. Ready for another? Don't mess with me. Whoops. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Okay.
I'll end your misery. You don't look so good.
Defense.
What a headache. Who's next? I'll end your misery.
We have the upper hand.
Ah. One time I was hoping. Oh, it's back to the beginning area. That was pretty much just to heal.
Will of Preservation.
Chains disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Yeah.
I'll end your misery.
And there we go.
Reach the end of the story in your own way. Looks good.
So you are afraid of me.
Commencing support. Ready for another? Let me tend your wounds.
Lance of the Red.
Don't mess with me.
Not bad at all.
A sharp scythe needs targets.
A little something for everyone.
It was asleep. Sleepy fish, sleepy fish, sleepy.
What a headache. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery.
Enemy targets detected. Need a doctor? Yeah.
Right.
I told you they were sick.
Here's Kafka.
So close and yet so far. You'll have to pick up the pace.
And you lock the door.
There's no way through here. We need to think of a way to cut her off.
Don't worry about locked doors, benefactors. We can use the conveyor belts.
If only we could have long enough arms to reach. Oh.
Looks good.
I'm trying to think of this puzzle. I will say I hate puzzles like this, not because they're difficult, but because then I have to back out and then go somewhere completely different.
Looks good. Looks good.
What a headache. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Ah yes, walk by, see an enemy. Haha.
We have the upper hand.
Ready for another?
Don't mess with me. Who's next?
There is no one next.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Oh, I'm committed.
So that's how it works.
Of course it is.
Looks good.
would be nice if it was quick.
So that's how it works. Looks good.
There is a feature like this in Genshin. I feel like half of everything that I think and say about Star Rail is, oh yes, there is a blink about blank in Genshin, but in Genshin.
Great. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Great.
I won't make the same mistake twice.
I'd hardly count that as a mistake that was made.
Thanks for the support.
I'm on guard.
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Commencing support. Time to question your prescription!
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Enemy targets detected. Let me tend your wounds.
Lance at the ready.
Who's next?
Ready for another? Thanks for the support.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I'll free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
God damn it. What is exactly that's going on? Imprison axis delayed and speed is reduced.
Need a doctor?
I'm on guard.
Time to question your prescription!
Thanks. Lance at the ready.
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Commencing support. Ready for another? Let me tend your wounds.
Nice teamwork.
Don't mess with me.
Nice. I was gonna say, I don't think I'm over there, but the fact that I was able to do that, I just find hilarious.
Looks good.
I set thee on fire.
What a headache. I'll free your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery.
Enemy targets detected.
She always seems so nervous when she presses a button.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Oh, she went through this way. Interesting. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Oh, not this time.
Welcome, Astral Expressors. Looks like you caught me.
Admit it, Kafka. You planned for us to come here.
I didn't plan anything. It was the future. We interfere on countless future possibilities and make the best future a reality. You speak too highly of us, Welt. The Stellaron Hunters are merely Destiny's slaves.
Best future? Best for who? As if you'd consider anyone but yourself.
If I said best for the universe, would you believe me? Best for me, naturally.
What's to ask
We're
you?
taking you to see the General of the Law Fu. You can profess your innocence all you like, but the General will decide your fate.
Oh, thanks. But no thanks. I can't stand moving at someone else's pace. We don't have much time. If I were you, I'd make a move before it's too late.
Great. Enemy data secured. Net markers activated.
You always know it's an important fight
Counterattack.
when your speed gets reset to normal speed.
Great.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance ablaze! Flaming lance! Forward!
Ready? How does that feel?
Dominated. Oh.
Enemy targets detected.
It's a single target enabled to take action. The target will use basic attack to attack a random ally over there. So when abilities cast on the target to remove a debuff, and so this will be removed first. Cool.
Ready for another?
Indestructible. What a headache.
Something for everybody.
Not so fast.
Commencing support. I'll contain them.
Pressure! Lance ablaze! Flaming lance! Forward!
Don't mess with me.
Zoning out. I can help. Watch your feet.
I'll free you from your chains.
It's like, you know, it would be nice having my healer back.
Butterflies.
Nice teamwork.
Time to show you.
I like to think she feels immediately guilty. It's just like, I will do all I can to heal you guys.
Enemy targets detected. Enough.
I'm
Enemy
on
data
guard.
secured. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Lance at the ready. Defend the weak. Ready. Feeling a little dizzy?
Listen.
What a headache. Commencing support. Ready for another?
I sort of mentally glossed over the fact that, oh yeah, she would do the whole dominate thing again.
Don't mess with me.
Something for everybody.
Not so fast.
Hmm.
Fracture.
See you later.
What a headache.
165.
I'll free you from your chain. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
Honestly,
Illusions of the past.
a lot of their attacks I think do better at double speed. This is one of them.
Finally.
Hmm?
Rudimentary. Your every move has been foreseen by the Omniscia. Fishrin, Divination Commission. I'll be taking the criminal from here. Greetings, crew of the Astral Express. This is our first encounter. Though given that I have encountered you in foresight, perhaps I should say the second. I am Fishrin, Master Diviner at the Divination Commission and one of the 6 charioteers. Far-flung friends ought to be received with fine wine. But alas, the heavens, earth, and body are not aligned for such an occasion. You'll allow for a postponement of the usual formalities, I trust? We should begin with the matter at hand.
Of course.
What the actual heck is she saying?
Even my Synthesia Beacon can't make sense of what she said.
If the method of my speech is offensive to you, you need but say.
We received an assignment from General Jing Yuan to arrest the Stellaron Hunter. Thank you, Diviner, for coming to our aid, but we must escort the fugitive to the General.
Essential. I hold a proclamation from the General here, if you care to see. Upon detaining the Stellaron Hunter, questioning and all further arrangements are to be undertaken by the Divination Commission.
Did the General just spare us a walk with Kafka? I knew he was a good guy.
Understood. However, the General promised that all intel would be shared with us. We have a right to know anything that Kafka divulges.
Oh? That guy. Can I go one day without him throwing me under the...
We won't make things any more complicated than they need to be. We just want to listen in on the questioning.
Very well. Urgency demands fluidity. The 3 of you shall accompany me to the Divination Commission.
Can't we do the questioning here? The Stellaron hunters are slippery. What if she makes a break for it?
We shouldn't delay.
While I am here, she will not escape. Only the Divination Commission has the methods to make her talk and bring the truth to light. The time has arrived. We must depart. Please proceed. Let's disembark here, benefactors. I may live in relative seclusion, but I can recognize my own territory. Why did you bring us here? Does this look like the Divination Commission to you?
No need to yell, Master Diviner. The Meridian Pin is malfunctioning, and I couldn't find the entrance to the delve. I wanted to get us straight to our destination, but this is the only place I could dock the star skiff. Look, Exalting Sanctum. This is a safe place. Let's just walk the rest of the way from here.
Our hexagrammatic position is fluctuating between the marsh and water trigrams. The vessel is stranded and the way is blocked.
I heard the Xianzhou can tell your fortune. Is that how they do it? Anyone can count on their fingers.
The connoisseur appreciates the artistry, and the layman enjoys the show.
Yeah. So I'm a layman. Why don't you enlighten me, oh connoisseur?
I just performed some quick divination, and the hexagram is consistent with our current predicament. The star skiff cannot take us to the Divination Commission today. Alas, without me in charge to handle the Stellaron crisis, I dare not even imagine the kind of mess the Commission must be in.
It's true. The Divination Commission really can't go a single day without Lady Fu.
That's why you have to develop your talent pool. Otherwise, everything falls apart when you go on vacation.
Since you are clearly ignorant of the Commission's internal affairs, I shall absolve you of your ridiculous remarks. I'm going ahead to make some inquiries. Goodbye.
What about Kafka?
The prisoner must follow me every step of the way. This is Jing Yuan's order.
You might not want to hear this, but your general gave us his word. We have to be present when you question Kafka.
You think too little of me. My word is my bond. I will stick to my promise even if this delve collapses. That's very unlikely, by the way. To have this prisoner speak, the Commission must resort to unconventional means, the nature of which is confidential and cannot be disclosed. Forgive me. But I can assure you that the questioning will not begin until you arrive, even if that means wasting precious time. I have appointed someone to wait for you in front of Exalting Sanctum Plaza. Once we've consolidated our internal affairs, you will be brought into the Divination Commission. Please be patient.
Okay. We trust you. I think I offended someone again.
She's just knowing that you. Well, someone had to put. She just knowing that you won't trust her.
Hey, are you on her side? I just wanted to remind her not to break her promise, that's all.
That was not a complaint.
Don't take it to heart, March.
Or critique.
Miss Fushen seems like a reasonable lady. I'm sure she's not angry with you.
Really? I thought she was pretty icy.
Some people are sure she's just putting on a tough front.
Like how you're always pretending to be quiet?
Okay, enough chit-chat. I reckon the Divination Commission could be a while. Let's take a look around.
Yeah! That star skiff was pretty cool. There must be loads of interesting things in Exalting Sanctum.
Hey, fancy seeing you here. Anyway.
Try about fortune telling.
Maybe there's more to it. Don't worry. If you're bored.
When we confronted Kafka, she seemed certain that Fu Shen would show up.
Someone told her it would
The
happen.
leader of the Stellaron Hunters is called Elio. No one knows who he is or what he looks like, only that the Interastral Peace Corporation calls him Destiny's slave. It's said that he has the power to foresee possibilities. According to Herta, the corporation believes Elio can see the temporal branching of infinite possibilities. In fact, it may even, which would include what they did to you. I think that may be why the Stellaron hunters won't leave you alone. Be careful. Every time a Stellaron hunter appears, their objective may be to steer the direction of the future. Back to the matter at hand. Kafka.
Her surrender seemed
Yes,
odd.
it's strange for a fugitive to give themselves up, but a fugitive who can see the future? For her, perhaps that was the way it was always going to be. But is she really as calm as she seems? The future holds almost infinite possibility. Or perhaps something is supposed to transpire during the Divination Commission's interrogation. Why did the Stellaron hunters go to such lengths to bring us here?
Why indeed? What you selling? March!
The nature of witches, I hate to admit it, but I'm even starting to miss Sampo. Hold up. I must be losing my mind. We've gone from being chased through every street in Belobog to waiting on every corner in the Cienjo. Chasing and waiting. Maybe that's what life's all about. Are you wondering if this... No, I'm not getting any flashbacks. I'm not just a pretty face, you know. Good... Wait a minute. That's the plaza. But I can't see anyone waiting for us. Should we look around?
What to buy a book? I wish you could. There we go. Just buy a book or two, or 10. Like I bought like at least 3 books just now. Don't mind me. So big for that. Really strict. Yada yada. Right, got a few achievements. He's the trailblazer. Huh. What goes around comes around, no rogue shall escape. Allegedly. 30 readables.
You shouldn't be wandering around on the streets. It's not safe.
The Lafu is famous for its mung bean soda. You've got to give it a try.
One of these days I'll get around to actually using stuff like this. I'll do my own cooking and see sir for letting you know.
Hey, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh, that's a musical instrument.
You'd be a tool to miss a tile in the pool.
Oh.
Need your extractor cleaned or your star skiff serviced? Look no further.
What you selling, dude?
I don't believe in ghosts.
I see, if it was Genshin, I could just jump off the cliff, maybe glide down with my wind glider if I so felt like it. But here, no, 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 no.
Drop by the Realm Keeping Commission if you need help.
Okay. Phew. I was like, don't set it off, don't set it off. Mushroom? Hello. You please move over ahead. I can't, but why? Because I'm a sunbathing mushroom, but you block off the light. I didn't mean to. But you're an umbrella, that's why it says. Maybe a mushroom. Alien Saturn. I'm curious. Everything I'm just a mushroom. Why are you here? Because I'm a failure of mushroom. How did you fail? Do you also think mushrooms shouldn't fail? Oh, I'm used to it. Actually, I used to have a master. Skilled craftsman, master stone seal, my poetry, I said, but I'm just a mushroom. Sadness overwhelms you. You've learned how to give quick answers. Oh, I'm so sad. What the heck are you? Mushroom, what are you saying? Could you actually be a robot? Possible. Maybe I'm a robot mushroom. And I would be... Wouldn't that mean I'm not pure-blooded? Oh, I'm so sad. An umbrella that calls itself a mushroom. That can speak and be said.
What am I looking at exactly?
There's that bookstore. Alright.
Do you know how to fix a star skiff?
What's going on with him?
What is that?
Everybody stay back! Give him this medicine and make him lie down! I mean, make them lie down!
She looks so nervous. Precious.
Don't mess with me.
You know I'd like my feet back, please, thank you.
Lance at the ready. Don't mess with me.
We have the upper hand.
That'll teach you a lesson. Ready to lie down now?
So these ones are people.
Thanks for helping to stabilize the patients. Your assertive sedation techniques are quite effective.
Assertive sedation techniques? Does she mean beating people up?
I do believe so.
However, these Cloud Knights were already sick, and now they're injured too. I've got to bandage up their wounds, realign their bones. Ugh, as if I didn't have enough on my plate.
When she was young? Be realigning bones.
Where did you come from, little one? Is your dad around?
Or mom?
I don't have a dad.
What about your mom?
I don't have a mom either. I get it. You think because I'm small, I must be a runaway child. Welcome to the Xian Show, my short-lived outsider friends. Appearances can be deceiving here. The Vidyadhara race is self-reincarnating. No mom or dad required. I've been studying the art of healing ever since I cast off my old shell. You're looking at a recognized, practicing, dedicated doctor.
Bellabog kids are making snowmen, while children here are writing prescriptions.
Things haven't been very peaceful in the Lawful recently. Make sure you don't
go running around, right? Well, your general gave us an errand, so I'm afraid we have to.
Well, seeing as you saved me just now, if you're unlucky enough to acquire any breaks or sprains, I'll treat you for free. As for medicine, I'll give you a 20% discount.
Doesn't sound very free.
Ha! Do you have any idea how many people in the law school are waiting for an appointment with me? You should count this as a blessing. If I hadn't left my purse at home, I wouldn't have to... Enough of that. I have patients to see.
Our little miracle worker seems very different from everyone else around. Don't you think, Mr. Yang?
So she can transform
So
them
this
back.
is the Vidyadhara. I've only ever read about them. They're known as the Dragon race. Not hard to see why.
That's the best.
What's that supposed?
What else am I supposed besides?
According to his medical, goes on.
When it rains, it pours. Oh, my apologies. I'm an orderly from the Realm Keeping Commission. Judging by your dress, Sorry, the Xianzhou is currently caught in... For safety reasons, please stay in your residence and refrain from if the port is still... Oh, that reminds me. Well, now, you may not need it right now, but if there's any help I can give you, come to me anytime.
Everyone, please, if you feel unwell, we will be distributing... I heard there's a problem with their Meridian pin. Some diviners and stargazers managed to escape the delve. Many of them were terrified. They were muttering about plants and... Do you have friends trapped in the delve? Please register... I see. I want to say it's all in a day's work, but I've been here for 12 hours already. When will this end?
Excuse me, miss. Hold on a moment. It was only thanks to your help earlier that the Dragon Lady and those exalting Sanctum residents got away unscathed. You don't remember? You dealt with those Mara-struck knights in the nick of time. I saw it all. A friend in the Skyfaring Commission told me the General commissioned guests to deal with the troubles on the Lawfu. You must be the guests. If you don't mind, I hope you can take the time to come to the Realm Keeping Commission. I'd like to talk to you about the issues Exalting Sanctum is currently facing.
Yeah, I just arrived in Who are you, right? Oh, what happened? These extras okay? What are you doing in on the Zhenghe? I pretend that you replied with, I'm okay. In the story, my Cloud Forward with Cloud Knight, I'll join you when I come out. By the way, the express is fine. I came here by myself to think about it later. I am very interested. Tell me the details. Something you can expect on how you use your store touches them. Pleasant easy. Ask about his adventure.
Noise.
I'm actually very interested in what he was up to. Oh, let's get to it.
If the shipping passages in Cloudford changed even a little, the entire route would be drastically altered. Do you two know the way?
I do not.
I came this way. I know it like the back of my hand. Just follow me. So, silent but deadly. Let me know when you're ready and we can set off.
Do you hail from the Lawfu, young Master Don Hung? I see. It's fine if you prefer not to discuss. I do often struggle to judge the bound. Almost Miss Sushang here. Me? Merchants don't belong anywhere. Therefore, Lord Cha. A story of ill luck. I found myself embroiled in a conflict and ended up owing a favor. Now I must assist in delivering these remains back to the Xianzhou. It would seem I am a magnet for such misfortune. The universe is a dangerous place. As such, I had to improve my swordplay and heat. Of course.
Silent but deadly. Are you sure that nickname isn't annoying you? It's good to have a sense of humor.
I could ask her stuff, but I'm like skipping over dialogue.
Sushi.
I have orders to evacuate civilians.
You can say that again. I'm taking up the rear. I should...
Hey, silent but deadly. Shout if you see any danger, okay? Don't think...
Enemy targets detected.
March's six-faced ice. There was a fight here.
I'll end your misery.
I do wonder what the other way was, since that's the way that we need to go. Excuse me while I hone my inner gamer instincts and proceed to turn around and go this way. God damn it.
A Cloud Knight stricken with Mara. How could the mutations get this bad? Is the Stellaron exerting an effect?
There's supposed to be a passage. Why can't I see it?
Somebody used the Cloud Forward control panel to block the road with containers.
Who did this? I'm terrible with machines.
I'm a traveling merchant.
I told you. Control panel?
Is that?
Let me see.
Onward. Here we go. Let's head on down Blaze Road.
What a headache.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
I'll end your misery.
Commencing support.
Okay. I was about to say,
Reach the end of the story.
we are going a different path. Unfortunately, Dunhung is not a loot goblin. Truly a pity.
We need a strategy.
Great. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Let me tend your wounds. Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Time for a good old counterattack.
Thanks, I'm on guard.
Don't mess with me.
Secret of the safe.
What a headache.
All just so much more to do.
Not good.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Let's play. Set the world on fire.
Who's next?
Nice teamwork.
A miracle.
I'll end your misery. I'll free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Enemy
Trying
targets
to handle
detected.
things quickly.
Let me tend your wounds.
Not at all. Oh, isn't there? Right over here. There we go. Onward once again. mostly dumb luck. Aw.
Thank goodness.
Where does it go?
Judging by where it stopped, it must be heading for Central Starskip Haven. Come on, let's climb aboard.
I would talk to them, but I just really do not want to. Anywho, then dung hugging it open.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Where to indeed. In space anchors.
Household registration always takes forever.
What did you actually get up to? That's why I was racing. What? That's very casual. Didn't even notice him there for a bit. Oh. Where are you going? Where do they go? Do not run away. Goodbye. Oh, even that one's moving. Oh, up they go. When they'll disappear, nobody knows. I am absolutely gonna stare. Nope. Oh, there it goes. Popped out of existence.
Household registration always takes forever.
Oh, that's right.
Oh.
Forgive my forgetfulness. Glad you came. It's great to have one of the General's distinguished guests helping us out. My Realm-Keeping Commission colleagues failed to provide adequate care for the Dragon Lady. I'd like to thank you on behalf of all of them for rescuing her back in Exalting Sanctum Plaza.
No problem. All in days.
As I'm sure you're aware, symptoms of Mara have been spreading ever since the Stellaron incident occurred. Thanks to the Ten Lords Commission, being stricken with Mara had long since become a terrifying but avoidable fate for Xianzhou natives. The puzzling thing is that despite the Commission's protection, we're now seeing an increase. More and more citizens, in particular those dealing with great risks and stress like the Cloud Knights, are becoming stricken with Mara. Moreover, the Mara-struck have taken on a horrifying appearance. As if they're turning into some sort of monster. This certainly differs from what I thought I knew about the illness.
You think there might be hidden agenda
That
at play?
appears to be the case. No smoke without fire, as they say. Despite being just a servant of the Realm-Keeping Commission, spending a considerable amount of time on the front lines has sharpened my senses to potential dangers. You're a capable person, and since the General entrusted you with locating the Stellaron, it's only a matter of time before you run into Mara-struck. If you come across any clues, remember to inform the Realm-Keeping Commission straight away. My colleagues and I will handle any situation with haste and to the best of our ability. Speaking of which, have you made any discoveries so far?
Well, I don't know what it is. Oh, wrong click. expression reads again.
I read the letter. I'll be honest with you, I've got no idea how to handle this problem. It's beyond the Realm Keeping Commission's jurisdiction. I contacted the Seat of Divine Foresight, which is overseen by the General. Allow me to introduce Madame Qingzhu, General Jing Yuan's chief counselor. I think it'll be easier if she explains the letter to you.
Okay. Serious letter is serious.
I read the letter you obtained from the Marastruck. While the Cloud Knights were searching for the Stellaron's whereabouts, I was carrying out the General's orders, tracking down clues on the Marastruck. Thanks to your efforts, we now have a lead. To an outsider, this letter appears to be nothing more than good news detailing a recovery from a chronic illness. However, what is actually being discussed is a violation of the 10 unpardonable sins. It's heresy.
Oh, mercifulness. Like with the pharmacological experiment?
That's right. Since the Alliance was first established, all medical practices aboard the Xianzhou adhere to strict standards that prohibit long life or mutant modifications under the guise of curing. I went through all our files to find information on the experiment in question, and found nothing. I started thinking about how the Alchemy Commission's delve was sealed off. There must be an unspeakable secret locked away there. The author of this letter was likely the Marastruck you defeated. My guess is he was led astray and poisoned while under the pretext of being cured. You saw how he ended up. Such actions remind me of an organization that was eradicated from the Xianzhou 1,000 years ago. The Disciples of Sanctus Medicus. They were disciples of the abundance that sought to restore the way of immortality by unearthing a forbidden remedial formula. It's hard to believe that a group that was wiped out so long ago would suddenly rear its head and create chaos once more. The Seat of Divine Foresight needs to learn all it can about this organization's status before the situation reaches a point of no return. If you come across any similar clues about the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus, come and find me at the Seat of Divine Foresight. These kinds of first-hand accounts are exactly what we require.
Sounds good to me.
Excellent. Your work will not be in vain. The Seat of Divine Foresight always rewards those who contribute to our efforts. I recently received some intel. It seems that certain individuals are taking advantage of the current chaos to lure in outworlders around Exalting Sanctum. Maybe you could start there? We sent an undercover investigator out a few months ago. They provided us with a rough idea of the situation. Unfortunately, it seems suspicions were aroused. We lost contact with the agent. I suspect he was discovered. You are a fresh face in the Lafu, and an outworlder. I would feel more at ease if I could leave this matter with you.
Household registration always takes forever.
All right. Heavens know that these quests like to take their sweet time. I'm definitely Anywho, I am definitely calling it there. Before it's turning into a mirror. Conscious clothing and beer taking special important potential, particularly against I think so. How can it be? They're running away. I'm just sneaking in. The nuclear is still broken. I'll resort to sprinkling water immediately. Yeah, I'll mop the floor. I'll rest while waiting for you. Did you flip over a kettle or something? Oh no, cleaning up the spoon. Oh. Aw. 70. I mean, I'm already level 60 in Genshin. Oh. Meh.
To the Inner Astral Peace broadcast. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
As Klapoth the Preservation's giant hammer slowly descends, its strike echoes among the stars with a deafening clamor.
The Intelligentsia Guild's Astral Ecology School has declared the official end of 2157 AE and the start of 2158 AE.
In this new era, the Inner Astral Peace Corporation will continue to wholeheartedly support the peaceful coexistence and commercial prosperity of all residents in the galaxy.
The IPC will remain true to its sole creed upon which it was founded, to dedicate everything to the Amber Lord.
Let's take a moment to look back at some of the biggest happenings in 2157 AE.
The mysterious phenomenon known as Stellaron corrosion continues to propagate. Stellarons have blocked travel between civilizations since 2147 AE, and they shattered the union of the worlds that were once united under the path of the Amber Lord.
For the entirety of the past 10 Amber eras, the Inner Astral Peace Corporation has never given up on our hope of reconnecting the worlds.
With the Intelligentsia Guild's ardent support, we have begun developing technologies to bypass Stellaron corrosion. Experiments conducted across 113 galaxies have shown promising results. The galaxy is vast, yet we are not alone. The Astral Express, once piloted by the fallen Eon Akavili the Trailblaze, has embarked on its journey once again.
These young Nameless claim to have inherited the will of Akavili and will re-establish the access routes between the stars, recreating the first prosperity from 990 Amber eras ago.
On behalf of the Interastral Peace Corporation, we wish the best of luck to the Trailblazers of the Astral Express.
While the residents of the galaxy are plagued by the Stellarons, a new evil organization called the Stellaron Hunters has been stirring up trouble.
The biggest lore drop of the century. Goodness gracious.
Discussed on our program, the Stellaron Hunters illegally gained access to planet Scrulum, which is under the purview of the Genius Society, and clashed with the head of the planet Scrulum.
Our latest reports suggest that the criminal group has recently been spotted on the Cienjo Lafu. The IPC's Special Commissioner to the Alliance has contacted General Jing Yuan of the Lafu to verify this information. We have yet to receive a response.
The Stellaron Hunters have committed many significant crimes. Any one of their members has the power to destroy a planet, and it remains uncertain which Eon the group is loyal to. They are classified as extremely dangerous terrorists.
If you encounter anyone suspected of being a Stellaron Hunter, please contact the IPC immediately, and do not act on your own. Anyone who provides useful information will be substantially rewarded.
Meanwhile, many factions have received an invitation to Penacony, the planet of festivities. This is the first time that the family in Penacony has openly sent formal invitations to all galactic factions.
The Inner Astral Peace Corporation is among the factions invited. The head of the Strategic Investment Department, Diamond, has stated that we will carefully examine the purpose behind this gesture and respond to it in a positive and friendly manner.
look forward to having all galactic factions join together to protect our homelands and defend against the invasion of evil forces.
The Lord Ravager Zephyro was spotted at the Tianua Galaxy. According to the morning actors, that galaxy has been completely destroyed.
The Antimatter Legion is ravaging through the galaxy and has caused countless calamities. The IPC would like to remind everyone to remember the significance of the preservation.
Any planet with a telepathy beacon can obtain from the IPC free copies of the Interastral Peace Guide, written by the architects.
Not bad. Increases fire damage. So damage, I was trying to increase fire damage, restores up for next attack. Maybe I'm getting that for MC while she's fire related. I think she's. I mean, just in general attack, and then worst speed increases by 6% basic. Attack by 10. Basically, you want them to be purple. Quantum damage, quantum damage. I'm blanking on what quantum is. Ignores 2% of the defense, not bad. Reduces damage taken. I don't quite care. Increases lightning damage. Increases defense. Increases imaginary damage. So this is our designated dad. So I already checked on. Increases wind damage. Increases ice damage. Break effect. Physical damage.
At the beginning of 2158
Oh my gosh,
AD,
there's
the
so
Interastral Peace Corporation would like to proudly announce that the famous scientist, Madame Herta of the Genius Society, has officially committed to a long-term alliance and cooperative relationship with the IPC.
Madame Herta is the third genius of the Erudition to partner with the IPC, after member number 22, Aiden, and member number 56, Elias Salas. The corporation stands united with Madame Herta to protect the Amber Lord's universe.
And this is the end of our broadcast. Please tune in for our next episode. Thank you for listening.
Goodbye.
Let's give this another try. To finish things off. I'm gonna do this anyway, so why not let you tag along? Recommended level 45. Preservation once more. We're here to last and endure. Ooh.
are afraid of me.
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another?
Who's next? I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Alright. Nice critical hit. Right, my focus is preservation. I had immediately forgotten.
Let me tend your wounds.
It's time.
Bruh. They were just like, no, please don't. Preservation is priority. How much do I want to fight? No. I feel the buzz. Change the program. Train you. Change the program to your. How do you trust? Train you. But tell me about the sentence. What is whether you from musicals or action movies? Or the hunt. Go with the hunt. I'm always more partial to the hunt. Action. Wait, this is part of the show. We hope you receive. I'm immediately moving on from that. Reality, it's time for you to get to work. You're looking at you.
Enemies ahead. Up for a scrap? Great. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I was not paying it up any attention.
I'll end your misery.
The one that I meant to attack was this big one.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another?
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Commencing support. secure. Net markers activate. Time for a good old counterattack.
I almost
Disappear among the sea of
whatever
butterflies.
blessings
Illusions
I
of the
have.
past. What a headache.
Hello, fuzzy baby.
Need a doctor? What's your prescription?
Nice teamwork.
Don't mess with me.
I'm on guard. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Enemy targets detected.
What a headache.
Let me tend your wounds.
I'll free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Need a doctor?
Lance at the ready.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
And done and dusted. Nice. If I don't have it, that's the priority. Let's see. Okay. I'm not going for elation, so that is more of a curse than a blessing. How do I get these? No. Otherwise, wait, no, that's just the only. I have 5 blessings. I think I'll get a curio. Odds are it's going to be something I don't have. I'll go with this ticket. Hello, sweet baby. She's so pouty. She's like, I want my treats. And then I don't give her treats because she's eaten too many today. My mom's already making jokes that she's gonna get fat.
Don't mess with me.
Enemy targets
I'll
detected.
free you from your... Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
800. Not bad at all.
It's time.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
12 monkeys and an angry man.
Will of preservation.
Like, dude, you didn't hear anything?
Commencing support. Ready for another? You don't look so good.
What a headache. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Don't mess with me. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Alright. And runes of preservation is priority. Physical damage to all enemies based on the max damage that can be absorbed by shield and all allies. Cool.
Will of preservation.
I do wonder if you can stack.
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Nice teamwork. Not a scratch.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old
What are you doing, you little baby?
Don't mess with me.
Silly little fuzzy baby.
Who's next?
Believe me when I say... Okay, I will be right back.
Noise.
Just wanted some fresh water. Because of course she did. Because she's a precious little fuzzy baby. Okay.
Will of preservation.
A little something for everyone.
Give
A little something for everyone. Careful. This is life or death.
Great. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Great.
You bully!
I'm on guard.
Don't mess with me.
Stay close.
Commencing support. You don't know the data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Don't know why that one was ignored, but sure. Oh my god, you've gotta be freaking kidding me. Oh my god, yes.
What a headache. Who's next? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another?
Thanks.
Here stands the Silvermane Guard.
Lance ablaze. Lance
Oh, I had completely forgotten what type of enemies we were fighting, and he's like, ah yes, the Silvermane Guards, and I'm like, cool. And I was like, oh, right, the Silvermane Guard.
Commencing support.
Here stands the Silvermane Guard.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Not a step back.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Give it up. Here stands the Silvermane Guard.
You bully! Miscalculate. Is that over? I won't make the same mistake twice. Time what's in your prescription?
Nice teamwork.
Raise your spirits. Not a step back.
Don't mess with me.
Lance at the ready.
Is he taunted still? Burn enhanced? No, he's not. He's no longer taunted.
Who's next?
Enemy targets detect. Ready for another?
Thanks.
I'm on guard.
What a headache.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Stay close. Here stands the Silvermane Guard.
Commencing support. You don't look so good.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
Come on, take him out, please.
Illusions of the past.
Nice.
Who's next?
Thanks for the support.
Give it up. Raise your spirits. Not a step back.
Lance at the ready.
Here stands the Silvermane Guard.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Give it up. Not a step back.
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Here stands the Silvermane Guard.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Give it up. Not a step back.
Time what's in your prescription?
Oh boy.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
Stay on guard! Here stands the Silvermane Guard!
Oh, the one she could chill did.
Don't mess with me.
I'm on guard.
What a headache.
Lance at the ready. Lance ablaze. Lance.
Not that I have any problem. I'm just like.
Don't mess with me.
We have the upper hand. Ready for another? Need a doctor? Thanks for the support.
Yeah, that one was a good one.
Not a step back!
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Oh, that one's not weak to ice.
What a headache.
I'm on guard.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Don't mess with me. Who's next? I'll end your misery.
Give it up! Stay on guard! Not a step back!
Let me tend your wounds. Thanks for the support.
Lance at the ready.
Nice.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
So as long as there's no other
Illusions of the
Silvermane
past.
guard, attack no matter all cost. Alright. It's new, it's priority. Might go for this one. Chosen. So you get 2 blessings, but there are only 2 blessings. Immersion. I don't mind using those. Because if I don't use them now, who knows when I will. Cosmic fragments. Do I want a curio? Okay, so I got 3 new curios. I hope it'll count. I'd like a curio. Movement speed. Every. I think I have a decent amount of cosmic fragments. Ooh, I just suddenly immediately hated that because normally I spend as many cosmic fragments as I can at the end game. It's 16% for every 100. Ooh, Matt.
Enemy targets detected. Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. You don't look so good.
I'm on guard. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
I'll end your misery. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
So close and so far.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
Who's next? I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Nice. Already enhanced. Oh, to enhance. Right, I can enhance it. On entering battle, yes. I was wondering why they were like, oh yes, already enhanced. An occurrence or a transaction? I think an occurrence.
A little something for everyone.
Will of preservation.
Frickin' bastard. I switched characters. Hey, you want to see color claims materialize and every question your mind overloading your psyche. You're gonna recall the afternoon when you counted your fingers for the first time in your life and you saw space ants walking in a straight line. Well, you remember these. They're charming. Remembering the trash makes you feel alive. You capture letting out an icy snort. Worship Fui, and we will burn your dull memory, she says. Keep everything down. Discard one blessing of 1 to 2 star rarity, and maybe, or obtain 80 cosmic fragments. That wouldn't push me over. You want to risk it for the biscuit? Please select blessing to be discarded. Don't need to bring anyone to life. Here. The enhancement screen. Below. Should the characters increase their attack, the anytime characters gain a special shield. Red shield. Increases attack by 40 when the same characters take consecutive action. Attacks up to 2 times. Gives a 2% fixed chance to recover a skill point. Cannot be triggered repeatedly. Alright, I think I'll be good.
We need a
strategy.
Oh, we beat him before.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Oh my gosh.
On my command.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
Actually,
Illusions of the past.
Let me tend your wounds.
Die.
Data secured. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack. Need a doctor?
In the name of preservation!
Only a scratch.
Commencing support. Ready for another?
Don't mess with me. Who's next? I'll end your misery. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
What a headache.
Okay. Ship part complete. What? Why? Why was for a moment the sound just like cranked up to 100?
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another? Let me tend your wounds.
Don't mess with me.
I'm on guard.
This ends here!
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
10,000.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Stay focused. In the name of preservation!
Okay.
Time to what's in your prescription?
Nice teamwork. Lance forward!
Dude is like, ah yes, in the name of preservation.
Need a doctor?
It doesn't seem to understand
Thanks for the support.
that we have preservation on our side. Oh, we have to take him down 3 times.
This ends here!
Shield for all to deal with damage. I would love to instantly break his shield. You know that? Wait, first.
Ready for another?
Don't mess with me.
Let me tend your wounds.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Need a doctor? Finally! Thanks for the support.
Time to finish this!
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Only a scratch.
Time to show you what's in your prescription.
Yeah.
Nice teamwork.
What a headache.
Dude set up the ultra shield.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Not a step closer!
Okay.
This ends here!
Dude,
I won't make the same mistake twice.
Lance at the ready.
Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
26 to
Time to
17.
finish this!
Like,
In the name of preservation!
God damn it. It's like, what he stopped
Don't
doing
mess
the
with me.
ultimate
Lance
multi
ablaze!
attack.
Lance forward!
What a headache.
Oh my gosh. Yes, I do.
So you are afraid
Lance
of me.
ablaze! Lance forward!
Don't mess with me.
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
Let me tend your wounds.
Stay focused.
Time wasted your prescription.
What a headache.
Seize the initiative.
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Oh boy.
Time to finish this.
Who's next?
Need a doctor? Stay off.
Nice teamwork.
Do you
In
mind?
the name of preservation!
Okay.
Yeah, do you mind not doing that?
Let me tend your wounds.
Nice teamwork.
On my command.
Wasted your prescription.
Nice teamwork.
This ends here.
I'm on guard. Lance forward!
I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Final phase.
Stay focused.
Lance at the ready.
Boy.
On my command. Not a step closer.
Who's next?
We stand together in the name of preservation.
Lance ablaze!
God damn it. And he also did the super shield again.
Time to finish
I
this.
can still fight.
This ends here.
So it does. God damn. So close and yet so far. And you lose the fight and yet you're instantly warped out. Doesn't matter that you have other characters in the background. Of course, after you do that, always double check your thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that the shining one, definitely worth it. Like everything that I had gotten in the first half also applied. Nice. Crazy is the shining sequel labels that comes with them. You never imagined you would meet them in this way. No freaking kidding. And then of course there's the ability tree. Oh. For health, please. Just need a bit more, but mm-hmm. 20,000 damage to enemy. With weakness breaking a single. Trigger and shield reflect at least 4 times and defeat it. Nice. I'm trying to think. If next time when I do go for the thing, if I want our MC to be fire or physical. I don't know. Right. then you can teleport to the things that you were using once upon a time, like you had always done. Now level 3. Then we eventually will have level 3 shields is what I was trying to say. But unfortunately at level 3 you can only get to level 2. Such a cringe.
Don't mess with me. Commencing support. I'll free you from your disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Enemy targets detected. Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Ready for another?
Lance at the ready.
I'll end your misery. Enemy targets detected. Thanks for the support.
I'm on guard.
What a headache. Who's next?
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Don't mess with me. Commencing support. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
For some reason,
illusions of the past.
like during that fight, it felt like going so slow.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Lance at the ready.
What a headache. I'll end your misery. Don't mess with who's next. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Enemy targets detected. Ready for another?
Nice teamwork.
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Nice.
I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. I'll end your misery. Who's next? Commencing support. Ready for another?
Bit of a waste, but overall not too much.
Thanks.
I don't know why I'm overhealing. I don't need to
Don't
heal
mess
this
with me.
much.
Enemy targets. What a headache. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. So you are afraid of me. Who's next? Ready for another?
I'm on guard.
Don't mess with me. I'll end your misery. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Nice. You know, for a moment I genuinely
Commencing
wondered.
support. I'll free you from your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies.
Oh boy.
Illusions of the past.
the ready.
What a headache. I'll end your misery.
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another? Let me tend your wounds.
Thanks, I'm on guard.
They're just waffling around. I only got 3 now. After 6. Oh my gosh. In case you're wondering. Yep. I was like, not sure if this one is as grindy as its predecessor. Oh, it is. It absolutely is. Maybe think of it as aura. How is that of help to anyone? Let me see. You can actually can't. Like you'll be like, oh no, I don't have any of these. Well, you simply go to the synthesizer. Get 10, 14. You just condense down the materials you need. Suddenly you have things. And these ones are transforming, so you don't want to do these ones. It's best to just figure out what fight it is. It's not unlocked. Find the nearest spot and unlock it.
Will of preservation.
That's not what I meant to do, but sure.
Quietly.
30? I have 30. So, one last fight.
Analyze the targets.
I'll free you from your chains.
Oh, that thing
Disappear
has
among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for good old counterattack.
Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
I'll end your misery. Ah, great.
Enemy targets detected.
I'm on guard.
No, was locked on that one.
From your chains. Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Illusions of the past. Don't mess with me. What a headache.
Commencing support.
And done and dusted. Yeah, things like this aren't usually too difficult.
The combat report will be ready soon.
Honor, Trailblaze, Cavern of Corrosion. Right, that's for armor bits. Level of a relic. The only reason I don't mind using them is because they're green. Green is the lowest quality. Yeah. There we go. Admittedly, it was just like daily mission. This thing, and then I'll call it.
Do you need me to formulate the next plan?
No, this is not a fast-paced game. I mean, I have a lot of money. 100,000. I have 1,000,000. Ew, that is not very much. It's in the hotel lobby. Loading screens take forever, for one. Which are there more of, prime or natural numbers? There are an equal amount because they both head off into infinity. Oy. Yeah, I'll finish this on my own time. Eight hours. And humidorons. I'll catch you next time. Bye. Wait. Oh. I meant to go here. What? Something about that shop. I have no idea. Oh, where am I going? I'm like, something wants my attention. It's always interesting to check these things out.
Do you need me to formulate the next plan?
Oh, goodness. I trust that it will be useful someday. But right now it's useless. I'm right, aren't I? How about this then? Just pass by the revenge. Amusing as it is. There's... I want to... Only 3. This is a very interesting card. There's so many impervious. 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll make 7. I'd only be able to get 2. And if I can't buy more, I'd prefer not to. I can get 4 here though. There are all these vending machines. I'm like 90% certain I've never been to that vending machine. Alright, hello child. Strong. Immortal Delight. Well, we can finally cross the street. What you got? Oh, music. Pretty much, if it's under, whenever I start like the beginning of these, prefer to start out with low quantity. So it's like currently it's like if it's under 50, if I have under 50 of them, I'm like, my brain goes, I need them. Like I have 53, just barely over, but enough. But yeah, it's always good to stop at like pretty much any shop that you come across. You never know what you'll find. Pom-pom's done a good one. Let's see. This is quite a good time. Yeah. Quite a good time. Yeah. Such a shame I didn't listen to that when we were at the other planet. Bellabog. Anywho, now, my darlings, after seeing how easily distracted I can get, I will catch you next time. For sure this time. I refuse to look at anything that could distract me.
Noise.